Okay, back with more Miles Edgeworth 2. It's been a few months since the last session, but I listened to my future Marstead notes. So I think I'm caught up. Might take me a second to reorient myself, though. Hey, Bucky, how you doing? Is that today? Thanks. It's whatever day affiliate launched on Twitch. Darkness inside a criminal's heart can be likened to a monster. When it comes to killing people, criminals aren't much different from monsters. Body of President Huang was found here at the film lot. They didn't have affiliates when I started streaming. They only had Twitch partners, and they still haven't moved on their partner requirements. They basically hard requires 70 average concurrent viewers, which I've never hit in 11 years of streaming. Prefer not to hit, actually. So even though I have substantially more subscribers than I think the last time we did the data analysis, I'm like in like the top 1% of affiliates, yes, but also probably top 10% of partners, but I've never been partnered as a result. Because they've never included like how many sub points do you have in their evaluation. It's just average concurrent viewers. But they've adjusted affiliates so much at this point that it's basically indistinguishable from partners, so I don't really care. Affiliate didn't get introduced until after Amazon purchased Twitch, and they're like, wow, you've got all these like dinky small streamers, and they keep getting donations on PayPal and money on Patreon. Maybe we should get a little bit of cut of that, right? John was here? Me having that subscriber count isn't because I'm like a giant channel who can pay for myself. It's just that most partners don't make any money because most partners have no subscribers, right? They have 70 average concurrent viewers and like a few subscribers. Can't diminish the prestige of the partner program. Yeah. Twitch is pretty messed up. I went to TwitchCon a couple times to give a panel about like trying to be successful as a deliberately small streamer, and they're like, they don't know how to. They don't have like a space for that sort of discussion. They only imagine like someone wanting to be a hyper mega ninja style streamer, right? It actually retitled my panel. I was gonna call it like, running how to keep your audience deliberately small, and they relabeled it to balancing streaming and family because they're like, we don't want anyone to keep their audience deliberately small. John's rehearsal. Wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot, so I made a few bloopers. But reshooting the scene today, decided to rehearse a little on my own, that's all. I do it all the time. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Okay. So we gotta contradict one of these things. 11 p.m. So you lied to me. The milk carton is sweating too. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Is that really the truth? Okay, well, they wouldn't give me that tip unless if it's not the truth. So let's review. Probably has nothing to do with what we're doing. Don't know why that would matter. Mozilla versus Gordy. Mr. footprints aren't visible. Yellow stain on the clothes. Never saw the president come down. Secret entrance on the 51st floor. Original monster fell from the roof. Can play back audio. Lotta's testimony. John's practice video. Oh, practicing by himself. Is this what we're saying? Well, that's the only thing that's even like mildly relevant to that, so. Stained with dirt, IS-7 incident, report on Nightly. Nightly's mementos, bug, tape recorder, and the badge. Okay. So let's see, I'm gonna press on it. They usually don't give me that straightforward of a hint as to what to look at, but... Hold it. Oh, right, I have to click it, don't I? Hold it! No mistakes in that testimony, correct? A peaceful night? How can you say that? I don't have time to waste dealing with a child's lies.
Objection!
Music cut out. Health bar went away. Okay, we're good. That's a lie, isn't it? Those kind of low-quality, unnecessary testimony sequences. I've now played a game called Of the Devil since last doing an episode of this game. Oh shit, I just realized the live split timer is fucked up. Let me fix that really quick, sorry. Okay, sorry, I fixed the live split timer. It sometimes locks up like that. Why'd you conceal this video from us?
Not so fast!
This is no joking matter. I was saying, since the last time we played Miles Edgeworth 2, I played a game that's heavily inspired by the Ace Attorney games called Of the Devil, and it's like really good about not giving you gameplay unless if it's really warranted in that section. So sometimes they'll just be like an hour and a half of visual novel with no investigation sequence, right? I think that would greatly improve my enjoyment of Phoenix Wright if most of the time it's just visual novel and there's only gameplay if it's really, really important for that part of the story.
Not so fast.
Here we're not really like unveiling any like critical contradictions, right? Yeah, it'd be just part of the set, right? Like, I don't even think this counts as a contradiction. A movie set has a giant a movie set about a giant monster has a giant monster footprint on it. Oh, really? Monster's footprints itself. I'm trying to remember what else happened. Oh, I guess it says last night it fell from the roof. Is there anything else that mentions last night before I select it? Last night. That's the only one that says last night, so I'm gonna guess that.
Take that.
Okay, it looks like that's right. I don't know anything about it. Done talking.
Not so fast.
Like a tear in the back of it. Yeah, I was noticing that earlier when I was trying to look for stuff. Oh, it's a zipper. Okay. Zipper on its back? This discrepancy is... Nani? Courtney pushed the president off the roof and killed him. He snuck it in the film lot to hide the body. She hide it in the suit? Because that's funny. The body was hidden inside the costume? That's, I mean... I feel like you can still evaluate a lot of, like, Phoenix Wright stuff in terms of, like, how cool is the idea for, like, a crime scene. So, like, hiding a body inside a mascot suit or a monster suit, that's good. I think that's S tier.
Not so fast. Objection.
Mother and son theory. Okay, when the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved. The two of them then hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there. Nothing there stands out to me as presentable. John would never take part in such a crime. True. Cannot, no matter what. Can't even tell effectively my defense attorney. Just keeping your motives a mystery because that would, like, completely solve the case right now, right? Okay, I actually have no idea here.
Hold it.
There's just no way. Longsy says, no matter how young the cub, never pity an ungrateful pup. My logic's just getting started.
Hold it.
The combination unlocks the brat. Like a failed localization. Two of them hid the president's body. Wouldn't it cause problems? And pressing has not been helpful so far. Very good. This is incredibly dirty. Dirt from the body got into the costume. Careful, Kay. There's dirt inside the costume. It must have gotten there when the body was hidden inside. So because that's a press result, we must have to present something on that. Let's see what pressing it reveals, though. Set the dust on... It's not a contradiction, though. It's agreeing with what he's saying, right? Well, I can't press anymore, so it's going to have to be this, right? The yellow stain on clothes near the chest. I don't know what else it could possibly be.
Objection!
Hey, Ben. I love his face. Fair amount of dirt inside the front of the costume. Okay. Not where I would have gone with that, but... Who could it have been? Gray fragments... I don't know what she's talking about, so let me just scroll through stuff here. Stained with dirt, and it has those fragments, okay. Love.
Take that!
What of it? Belonging to a certain man. I actually don't remember, but I don't think it's going to be plastic. Is it paint?
Not so fast!
No, that's wrong. From the previous case, I think, right? Concrete? I guess I could just guess them if I don't have hit points. Oh, sure. I thought they were trying to get me to think about it in terms of the glove. But I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Blaze the best. I'm tying together all of the cases. Why would mechanics gloves, intended to be used on machines, be covered in dirt? The true nature of the monster's footprints has been made clear.
Not so fast.
Please do enlighten me. I think it's more interesting if he was digging something up than if he buried something. Don't think we had any reason to expect Blaze to best before this. Grr. Yeah, it's kind of a stretch. It must be him because of the economy of characters, right? Blaze was still here. I mean, is it just supposed to be... There's only like 3 things to note here. Staircase is totally in shadow. The costume itself, and then whatever this is... I guess I wouldn't just present the costumes, that's what we're talking about. So I have no idea why this is it, but let's see if it yells at me. I can take the risk. Weird of them to have so much in shadow there. Okay, that was right. They put the bag there so that the mechanics glove aren't the most circumstantial evidence of all time. Worn by Blaze the Best when he dug the monster's footprint like holes. Okay, we're just saying that's a fact now. Ayah! Kind of a weak argument, Miles. Can't just be random holes dug up by some old coot. Logic schmogic. That statement is an insult to journalists everywhere. Monster's true identity?
Hold it.
Do I? What you talking about? She mistook something for Gordy. The monster can be seen in this photograph. I cannot tell you. Okay, so economy of objects in the picture. There's the gate, the cone, not the costume, John, or the lady. It's a staircase and the crane. Is that it? Gordy's like a long neck thing. It would be really stupid if that's what it is, but...
Take that.
Oh, it seems like it was right. Just letting me go. Nani? Yeah, why the fuck? I wonder about that. Penny Nichols is a great name. Oh yeah. Definitely if you've got like blurry distance vision, you'll see a monster. I guess it was dark, okay. Camera canes ain't got no flesh on him, let alone skin. That is certainly true. Last night it did have skin. What? Gordy's skin is right before our very eyes. Okay, well, once again, economy of what I'm being shown. There's only so many objects on this screen, right? There's the footprint, which can't be his skin. The gate. Crane itself. This, I guess?
Take that.
This is like a D tier thing. It's not very good. She has bad eyesight, so she thought a crane covered with a tarp was a monster. Sometimes they come up with really good ones, like reasons why they misunderstood stuff. I think there's like an artistry to that, specifically for doing like a mystery game, right? Deduction game, contradiction game. I think it's really important that the misunderstanding be reasonable, or at least extremely funny. I guess Phoenix Wright errs on the side of it being funny, I guess, but... still needs to be like a little bit reasonable. This was the cause of death. Crushed to death. Hill stain still under investigation, okay. Sunflower residue. Okay. Good job, localization team. So your logic was right after all.
Not so fast.
Isn't it a bit too early to be relieved?
Overruled.
Hi, Ben. You see his tail sticking up there? Shark kitty. Yesterday during Liza P, he sat on my lap, which he's never done before while streaming. A bit too convenient.
Not so fast.
Now we're talking. Zoom. Enhance. It's gotta be in the dark area, right? Okay, yeah, I think there might be something, y'all.
Eureka!
This is... Submit the evidence to the court. The president! Impossible! Yeah, but he's like shirtless, right? Which is weird. Did you really kill the president? Don't think so. Look, even you can't object to this. It's all my fault. Okay. Setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. Went down to practice, but I forgot to turn it off. Left the film lot. Should have mentioned that earlier, man. We can't be having that, you naughty pup. Would be funny if it's like a really specific, ridiculous accident. Seems someone is lacking in safety awareness. You always want to put like a can of gasoline next to a space heater, an outdoor space heater. Probably met with Blaze the best. That makes the most sense, Miles. You're still young. It can get cold in early spring. You shouldn't have to resort to a heater. Okay, Courtney. Hold it, old man. No, it's not. Thanks, Kay. You've got a rough too, old man. Came back to the lot after the phone call was over. Really that dangerous? I was wearing headphones. Was he wearing headphones? I guess he was, yeah. Okay. Oh, they already have the soundtrack ready. Wow. Okay, well, it better be this. I feel like I should start pressing on the final thing first, just in case. Quiet as a mouse. Yeah, press him further. Are you kidding? You did nothing of the sort. How did you know he was already dead? Yeah, run and tell somebody. Clothes are spotless. Okay. What about the dust on his chest? Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not correct, right? You got a problem with it, old man? Haven't seen that one before. That's funny. Some milk get launched into his backpack.
Overruled.
Lion lily pollen. The fuck? Because he's like a lion, but a cowardly lion. Weird. See, I'm surprised they didn't make me point out that contradiction with the security camera footage, right? Because we have that as an evidence item. Like, it's a trivial contradiction. I think it's correct to just have one of the characters say it instead of making the player do it every time, but it's weird when they choose to make you point it out versus when they don't. He's gonna have to explode his milk carton at some point, right? This is like all stuff that would come out in the like the autopsy report in like 10 minutes, right, if we waited. Be interesting to like evaluate all of the like drama in Phoenix, right, and see how much of it derives from needing to do everything immediately and not having this like giant year-long protracted legal process.
Overruled.
I think it would actually be pretty substantial. It might be like, maybe not as much as like 50% of all Phoenix Wright problems would be solved if the trial took place like a year after the event. But it's pretty high. It's like probably maybe a third of all challenges. Okay.
Not so fast.
Yeah, you're kind of right. It is pretty suspicious. It's true, but
Objection.
however, someone other than John who is far more suspicious. It blazed the best, right? I feel like this might be a little relevant. I feel like they should have done this in the other order. We should have talked about this and then established the whole situation with Blaze the Best, obviously having been here. We kind of just like introduced Blaze the Best as like a, oh, this is how we know that Judge Courtney didn't do it, right? It's like, well, that kind of blows the whole lid off the investigation, doesn't it?
Not so fast.
Blaze the Best. It's Blaze the Best.
Objection.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're watching this and you're a big fan of Ace Attorney, I beg you to play Of the Devil. You deserve so much better. The game's really good. I feel like the last 54 minutes of case have been Blaze the Best was here, right? And like you could cut almost everything else. Because they're doing a little bit of like setup that's probably going to matter later, like the flower pollen. So that's a couple minutes you could spend on, right? The crushing death. The idea that John Marsh accidentally left a heater on, which triggered a fire, which caused the head to fall, is pretty funny. I bet he died by crushing, but not from the head falling on him. "12 years ago." Okay. Is it the incident documents? Is this Miss Crane? Please get revenge for 12 years ago. Okay. So, since it mentions 12 years ago, it's either that or the incident files. Yeah, that's it. "12 years ago?" Or maybe it also accepts that other thing. Near the flower bed. You guys. Sure. Reinvestigate the SS5 incident from 12 years ago. Accept your invitation. You get to use your funny device. They have the little Mr. Thief in Of the Devil. It's like a cyberpunk setting, so it makes a little bit more sense. It's like a holographic crime scene recreation, augmented reality type thing. It works really well in that game. Kidnapped. $100 million. Wait, just how much is that? I wonder if that's actually $100 million in the Japanese, and they just kept it as dollars in case. You're like, oh, how much is that? We're gonna see him in his like cowardly lion form again, so that was really funny. That's really amazing. Trisha Rowland. Okay, they really are trying to connect all of the subcases together. That sucks. Even the little thief would have a hard time producing a recreation. These two. Let me read that really quick. Di Jun Huang was kidnapped on February 10th, 12 years ago. Dai Lung Long confirmed that on the evening of the incident. Prosecutor was blazed to best. Suspect is Patricia Rowland. Okay. Gonna be something on these flowers that matter later. Maybe the bow. I expected no less from you. Leads the best was the prosecutor in charge. However, I thought that part was good. There are some pretty high highs in Phoenix, right? But you really gotta wade through a lot of vegetables to get to the dessert. It's not even like high highs and low lows. It's like high highs and extremely mids, right? Does she have to like sit down and program everything into it? Jack Cameron. I don't know if they're doing a pun with that name. Old abandoned buildings. The Happy Family Home? You want to say orphanage? Okay. Okay. I feel like they were kind of like stretching to bring in Patricia Rowland into this case, but It's interesting. It never really feels to me like they make the final case and then work backwards to make the sub cases based on the people featured in it. It always feels like they start from each sub case, like they're like writing a manga or making an anime, right? And then have to put it together later. A lot of people on the screen, Jesus. I like this song a lot. It reminds me of a Mother 3 song. What the heck is this? Everything's green. Footprints are prime pieces of evidence. Okay. Begin investigation. Size 11. Size 7. Jack Cameron, because he's got a camera. Struck in the head from behind. Yeah, but the footprints don't match that, right? Brick. Cameron's autopsy report, bludgeoned to death. Okay. You know, we've got the brick itself, right? Camera, probably. Took a single photo. A pretty fucking important photo of the handprint on the snowman. And the kidnapper is a woman. Now, why wouldn't she use the gun that she already had? I think the footprints are backwards. I guess we'll see. Or there were two people. This is a much better, more interesting investigation sequence, I think. Cell phone. I'll let you know he's being kidnapped. Thunk. Jill Crane. Yet another connection. Is that same kind of flower? In the language of flowers, it means a stolen treasure. Okay, stop making things up. Okay. Gardens. Okay. Have I? It is a lion lily. In the language of flowers, it means the bond between parent and child. I don't know what they're referring to when they say in the language of flowers. Are you serious? They just said that it's okay. If that's shit's annoying. I think that the actual circumstances of the case here in this crime scene are interesting, but like, yeah, we just said that. they just did the Lily thing a second ago. Wait, is that now? Wait, what the fuck are they pointing out? Okay, that's a little bit more interesting. I thought they were just gonna say, oh yeah, that's the flower from the case, right? Don't know. Oh, the button must be from the button on the snowman. Okay, I see. This is the prosecutor on the case. It doesn't mention Blaze the Best. I just don't know why it would be relevant. Bug. That thing he laid to rest in front of the flower bed 12 years ago. Okay. That must be it. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything, but... What did Blaze dig up? I think I can logic those two things, right? You know, what I do with the brick. Don't bully my mom. My actions were unbecoming of one who calls herself a servant of the goddess of law. Mr. Edgeworth. John, so impolite. All right, Ray. Gross, Ray. Don't be gross. Flower beds and snow. I'll be the judge of that. We became the family that failed to protect the president. I wonder how much of like their writing pressure comes from we want to like bring back all of these characters from previous games, right? So we have to come up with a way to justify like why Long is here. Sometimes they're pretty funny about it, like with butts. Anyone else to talk to here? Hey, Perfect Sword, how you doing? Aye. Maybe they're sick or something? You guys are very smart. It's just an app called LiveSplit. It's the same thing that speedrunners use. I just repurposed it because it can help for people to tune in to know roughly how far into the game I am. But if you just grab LiveSplit, you can set it up. You can set the color scheme and the fonts and stuff. Yeah, most speedrunners will use significantly more than one split, right? But I just do a single split for the how long to beat. Pillar appears to be burnt. Huh? Well, that's frustrating. Sure. Hmm. This one finally did. I'm playing the fan translation because I started it before the formal localization came out and didn't want to completely start the game over. I'm a corrupt prosecutor. Was Blaze a kidnapper? Yeah, just saying, if you like Ace Attorney, I'd recommend the indie game Of the Devil, which is heavily inspired by it, but not quite so long. Much more precisely paced. Awesome. It's really, really good. Moment of the incident. So we got new logic. I guess we could put these together. Evidence, I guess. A shitload of money. Holding the murderous brick. Okay, well, there's the handprint with the button, right? Which is really weird. No, Edge. Jesus fucking Christ, God. Can I present it? Yes. Do you want me to deduce that? Yeah, man. Wouldn't you say it's missing something? Look how smug and proud he is. A huge contradiction arises. Yeah, it's already got blood on it, so... You get moved is the point? Yeah, okay. That's pretty good. It's silly that they, like, require you to manually deduce the button, but... Yeah, the footprints also support that the body was moved, like I was pointing out earlier, because the brick placement doesn't make sense otherwise. And I would say also his cell phone was in a weird spot relative to where he fell. Okay. Your arm just can't stretch that far, like 15 feet? I mean, size 11 shoes are huge. These shoes were not the ones originally worn by the victim. They look really big. I didn't even notice that originally. It's cute. It's a good kind of hiding in plain sight detail that gets hidden a little bit better by the green filter, right? Is it more obvious in the picture, maybe? Oh, like you can't see it in this. Oh no, you could see it. That's clever. I didn't notice it at all, and I've been trying to look for like weird details like that. It's good. He didn't. He was dragged here. Yep. So we go back to the snowman, I guess. Look how sad it is. The snowman has become a sad sight to look at. Okay, well, that must be the murder weapon, right? What could it possibly be? It's Edgeworth's superpower. Eureka! Brick near the snowman, okay. Guess just these two then, right? I mean, nothing else. One of the flower beds? Okay, so these guys... Oh, it's the picture, right? Because he took it from way back here. And, like, he's already grabbed the button, right? It's got to be that, because he already has the button, right? I took it after the death already occurred, essentially. That's pretty good. There's only so many contradictions you can do. I've talked about this before with Phoenix, right? It's like you can have like a temporal contradiction. It's pretty common. You can have the classic mirror. Oh, I was looking at it and I had my left and right swap. They do that one all the time, right? Someone getting color wrong. You don't have a ton of design space, I don't think, with temporal contradictions. Like, they kind of just... It's always the fucking stopped grandfather clock or whatever, right? Fake photo. Okay. Okay. It's not based on the recording, right? Like they're... All right, let's think about this. We've got one of the lights is off, which is interesting. The snowman is here. See, there's two lights that are off, both here and here. I don't know what they want me to pick here. This is where he actually died, so they probably don't mean here. And they probably don't mean where they dropped the body. I guess the burnt out area, they wouldn't have let me examine that earlier if it wasn't relevant, so I'll guess that. I'm not sure that that's right, though. I've got health to spare. Okay, looks like we're good. The light just went off. Okay. Yeah, like we should listen to the recording again, and then they bring that up and you can't listen to the recording again. So I didn't think about it based on that. Suspicion towards the orphanage because they're close to the... I feel like there would already be suspicion with the orphanage, but yeah. Press the Y button. Okay. Why there's so many of them? We do more with the blood now, I guess. Oh, is it the way that it's melted that there's not a blood stain on the burnt part? It's clever. Nani? Alright, just assume that he lied about everything, right? A luminol reaction. They would have discovered it with the power of science. I think so. Guess they want me to deduce something with it, right? I don't know what though. Oh, is it pointing out that the fire... That's probably it. Because of the way the fire is over top of the blood and so the blood suddenly getting cut off, right?
Eureka!
It didn't give me a penalty. That information is suspect as well. Contact the House of Long. The drawing of the scene? It's very specific, okay. Child's drawing and have like a trivial mistake in it. Hey. Dude likes to snap his fingers. Wow. What a picture. Sort of the exchange. This is like a listening device, isn't it? Allow me to read it post haste. What's that doing here? It's the doll, right?
Take that!
That's a perfect fit. What's wrong? Marsh? That's their relationship. No way. It's supposed to be her in the image? What's the meaning of this, Miss Courtney? He's adopted. Amy Marsh passed away 5 years ago. Is the president really my dad? Okay.
Knuckle back!
What's with that? I buy us both some juice. I can afford to buy my own juice. So you should go visit your son at the movie set, I guess? Even he has passed away. Sorry to interrupt this atmosphere. President's will? Does it all go to John or something? Despite their disgrace, I guess. Those medals in that will were the pride of our clan. They reused the sayings of Longza thing there. Acknowledge John Marsh as my own son. Considerable controversy. I love Gumshoe being like, okay. To be continued. Okay. So that guy was my dad. Poor kid. It was an accident, I guess. I feel like it's still more to the story, though. That's the meaning behind lion lilies. Everybody speaks the fucking flower language. This case won't be solved by sentimentality alone. My old man took his deductions to the grave. Arguments. No. The president went to the orphanage. The stuffed toy is proof of that. He explained to me with Amy Marsh. The president was kidnapped. Cameron just happened to witness it. If Cameron hadn't been there, it probably would have just been a kidnapping with no murder. The evidence. Okay, I'm gonna press backwards this time, even though it's kind of annoying.
Hold it!
I do like this is being presented as Long and Miles trying to figure it out together. Sometimes they like pointlessly have these characters like go up against you with like a really stupid theory, but doing it this way is fine. You can still use the same like press and present format, right? piece of evidence that can't be explained by his theory. Guess we don't know who the person with the weird, like, cat stuffed animal and the sword is. Okay. You didn't mention it specific for that one, though. Maybe this is the one that's problematic. No blood would have been spilled. Wait, there is the other blood pool, right? Yeah, that seems contradictable. Either with the blood... Do we have the blood pool? Could do it with the blood pool, right?
Objection!
Yeah, where'd all that extra blood come from? Okay.
Knuckle back!
Oh, is that why the knife is there? Because more blood than from the brick? 2 murders. It's this, right? Like, we can see the other guy. Person. Bald person.
Take that!
The existence of the boy who caused the fire. Fuck, I have no idea. Somebody's bald? Okay. This guy, the assassin.
Take that!
Oh, it's supposed to be his dog. Okay. It's like the same size and shape. I thought it was like a stuffed animal or something. It was a presidential assassination. What? We know that President Huang was kind of a fake, right? The original president was actually a lion. 2 presidents? That's kind of a cool twist, actually. Yeah, and you're like, what are you talking about? Doesn't match that guy. That's cool. I like that. Great question. Twin brother. Victim looked like the president. I feel like they wouldn't suddenly introduce a twin. You always have to set that up, right? I think the idea is it's more exciting if the president actually died, so it must be his double, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. I can't believe there were 2 presidents. Do I? Oh, I don't know. Wouldn't be this. Wouldn't be this. The shoes are going to come up later. Testimony doesn't say anything about it, right? And what's more? Demanded a ransom of $100 million. Confirmed that on the evening of the incident, the president was at the embassy until midnight. Is the timing off? Is that what we're saying? I forget where we got. Did we get the time somewhere specific? 1 a.m. So I don't think we have a time discrepancy, do we? Well, okay, this is the way I always do this. Let's make sure we can say for sure that something has nothing to do with it, and then narrow it down to things that could be the right answer. So this doesn't tell us that there's 2 presidents in any way. We know there's another body, but this is maybe, but probably not. The shoes I don't think have anything to do with this at all. I don't think the fire is relevant. Testimony doesn't seem relevant. Button doesn't seem relevant. This maybe, since it contains the president, so that's 2 things that are a maybe. That's Cameron, so it shouldn't be relevant. This, there's nothing in here that really strikes me as... The only thing that says that he's at the embassy until midnight, right? Had an appointment at midnight in the courtyard of the orphanage. Unless if we're saying, like, it was a formal appointment, so his body double was probably with him. But I don't think that that's conclusive enough. I think the rest of this stuff can't possibly matter. It's Dogan. I think he laid to rest in front of the flower bed. 18 years ago. Doesn't seem relevant at all. I don't even know why I still have that, to be honest. President wasn't seen coming back down, maybe? No, I don't think that tracks. Well, this says he died at 11 p.m. Is this it, maybe? Age 58. This is the new body. No, I'm confusing. Those are completely different. One of them is 12 years ago, so that's not related, I don't think. Movie flyer. Bench for 12 years ago. It's not going to be the badge. All right, well, let's do the ones that it could be. I don't think the bloodstain actually gets us anywhere, so it's really down to the picture. This one.
Take that.
Ah, shit. Well, it's not that. Evidence doesn't speak. Oh, it's got to be the thing about him being in the embassy, right? Although the timing isn't exactly right for that to be as strong of a contradiction as they're implying, so... At least they give you the hint when you get it wrong there. Noticed it, but can't admit it. However... There must have been two presidents. Howl! Most likely the one who died. And we know that the photo is completely faked, right?
Take that.
I'm just considering him to be the body double.
Knock them back.
That's fun. I wonder if there's a lot of clues to the body double thing in the earlier case. I mean... Where his body was. Okay, so there's a limited number of places that could be right? Was that what they were digging up? They weren't digging up the ransom money, they were digging up the corpse. I like that idea. Yeah. That's what I thought when they said that he was digging something up, like it was like a body. The real president's body. That's good. Yeah, in terms of like what they're having you deduce here, this is pretty high quality for Phoenix, right? Although maybe they could have been a little bit more with setting up the double. Maybe they did, though, and it was just several cases ago, and I don't remember it. You got anything you do, like a double or a twin or any kind of duplicate, I feel like you really have to set up. Well, see, god damn it. This is what I keep saying. All of that interesting shit just would have been resolved if we stood around for 3 minutes for this guy to show up and say, yeah, we found the body of the dead president and placed the best house. I guess they use it to be like, okay, this makes sense in a logical argument, but now let's go ahead and confirm it so that you're not assuming we're just progressing based on logic. But it also means that if we had just waited 3 minutes, we would have already known this, right? It makes a lot of the, like, actual investigation and deduction feel inconsequential. I think they just generally really struggle whenever, like, the outcome of the case is dependent on behind-the-scenes crime scene investigation stuff. Like, it's at its strongest when the outcome of the case is based on arguments. Or maybe on Edgeworth specifically noticing something in the evidence that was missed. It's kind of like I've made this comparison before that, you know, Waterworld and Mad Max Fury Road are very different films, obviously. One of them is terrible and one of them is really good. But one of the things that I've always noted as a similarity between them is that both of them are premised on, is there a place that's outside of the apocalypse that's, like, safe and good? So in Waterworld, it's like, is there dry land? Is that real? And in Mad Max Fury Road, it's, is the green place real, right? And part of the reason Mad Max is a better movie, there's a lot of reasons, but the drama of Waterworld is contingent on just the matter of fact of the story. Like, is there a dry place, yes or no? The answer happens to be yes. Like, okay, that's kind of boring. And in Mad Max Fury Road, the resolution isn't, is the green place real? It's like the characters make a decision to say, fuck the green place. We're going to go back to the place that we know from the beginning of the story has the resources that we need, and we're going to make it as a character choice. We're going to go back the way we came, right? So the fact that it's a character choice feels a lot more satisfying than if, like, the resolution of the story is just a matter of fact of the setting, like a declaration from the gods who wrote it, the author who wrote it. So I think you have a similar problem in Phoenix, right, where they run into a case where the resolution is dependent on what was the result of the blood analysis is never going to be as compelling as how did Edgeworth convince the court of some truth. You know what I mean? Anyway, back to the game. I feel like they don't have this problem in every single case. Every single case doesn't collapse to what did the crime scene investigators find if we just allowed them to take their time with it, right? But it happens frequently enough to be frustrating. I like the little king chess piece icon there. That's cute. And like Dogen shows no mercy. I guess the body double both was here and at the embassy at the same time. So there's another body double now. They're saying there's like a weird time gap between when he left the embassy and when he got here, I guess. He used the fancy shoes, right? The fake shoes. I like the shoes. That's a nice touch. They usually don't get a detail past me in those pictures because they have to like make them obvious so when you look at it you see it. So they hit it in plain sight pretty smartly. I should have caught it too because they made such a big focus on the footprints, right? Smart. I feel like the photo is such like the contradiction with the handprint on the snowman is like slam dunk. But I guess they're saying Blaze the Best covered it all up, so. Also, the cops were incompetent. News at 11. What'd they do with the kid? They didn't kill the kid, presumably. Caused chaos. How sad. You let the family be disgraced. He was actually the most patriotic person. Huh? What? Is it the serial killer or the assassin guy? Yeah. Why didn't you just brazenly show up here? The one in the red raincoat. Certainly it was I who killed President Huang. However, my life was also targeted on that day. Body Double, Blaze, and Patricia all sought to seal my lips. Had I not been reunited with the young acolyte back then, I would have been in danger. Now what's become of the young acolyte? I forget what happened to him in his case. I don't know if he just broke out of prison. What is the difference between him and me? One can mimic the body, but the heart can't be reproduced. I forgot, yeah, there's the killer and this Dogen guy. Don't think I do. A prank? Not at all. Okay. Yeah, the whole he got set afire as a prank is such a weird little stupid detail. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
You admitted that rather easily. These days I've long grown tired of killing. But in those halcyon days... Keep my composure and let him talk.
Hold it!
Your life was targeted? You, the assassin? The Buddhist becomes the Buddha. You don't have to make up strange proverbs.
Hold it!
You greatly overestimate me. So even an assassin will fall to superior numbers in a frontal assault.
Hold it!
Reunited? 18 years ago. Okay, that seems pretty important. Oh, is that... Because I was reading through, I'm like, why the fuck is this in here? It seems to have nothing to do with everything else, right? 18 years ago. I have no idea what the connection is, but this is the only thing I have that mentions 18 years ago. It's 12/24/2000. Okay. Okay. And it's got to be something, right? The number of children, the model of the car. Well, it's got to be the date, because that's the only thing I can do anything with, right? was just looking at. Right. Ben is making it really hard for me to reach the mouse. Okay, here we go.
Take that!
Okay. Totally spaced on that. I guess it's a way to connect all the cases together. Hey, Ben. A weird way to tie this all together, but okay. I absconded briefly from the prison. Sort of like the body double just disappear from existence. I'm sure he had a name, right, and a formal job. Surprised they didn't do a thing where they said that the body double got killed, right, and then used Blaze the Best to cover it up, because that at least deals with the previous person, and he just assumes his identity, right? Oh man, I don't have a body double anymore. That's really weird. I'd meet my son for the first time. That's kind of cool. It's pretty sad. You can see John's horns? That's right. It's like, "Wait, you're blind." Yeah, the will. I see. Back to pressing. P.O. box. Yeah, okay. I remember the correspondence chess matches. Yeah. That was Nightly, right? Horace Knightley is a great name for that guy. Some other piece of information in the memo. Typed in a word processor. Why would you say, next I move rook, no, pawn to g6, right? Like an acrostic or something, NIT, NRP. Something with the coordinates of these that matters. G2 is B. Yeah, didn't we just say that? I thought they just said that, like, clearly. Maybe I'm stupid.
Take that.
Probably the... Oh, shit. Okay. I thought, because they just showed us the chess thing. The ring. Is this supposed to be President Huang or something? It's funny. Okay. Not sure where we're going with this just yet. Resolving a lot of this due to, like, surprise family relationships.
Objection.
That guy can't be the culprit. I have no idea.
Hold it.
Like, we're still having this testimony sequence with this guy. Perhaps.
Hold it.
Felt the presence of a force behind the scenes. I guess there is like a unresolved plot thread in every case.
Hold it.
I cannot forgive such a criminal act. I cannot forgive such a thieving act. What? You'd be impressed by it, Kay. I just hear because it's really convenient for the story. It's true.
Hold it.
You wrote your letters in Braille? Surprising he would write in Braille, right? Correspondence. Okay, well, the only correspondence I have is this, right? There's literally nothing else. Typed on a word processor is the point instead of done with Braille. I think this is what they're saying. That the word processor doesn't match with the Braille. So someone else wrote these? That cannot be. Middleman. I love the graphic for the mystery middleman. They were in Braille, of course.
Knuckle back.
Dover's son Knightley is already deceased. There's one more youth that we should consider to be the mastermind. Dane Gustavia's son. I honestly don't remember. One we know quite well. Okay, so they're male and they're young. So no, 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 no. No, definitely no. No, no. No, no. No, because we already know his father. No. No. Maybe. That would be pretty funny if it's him, because he's like such a doofus, right? No, because of the previous case. Is it age here is 24? I guess willpower's maybe, but given that he came from a previous game, probably not. They usually haven't done that. He's also 24. The person's got to still be alive, so it's not Jack Cameron. It wouldn't be Dogan. It's definitely not Shelley the Killer, because he's too old. The only one it could be, whose father isn't accounted for and is at the right age, is Simon Keyes, but I don't recall the conversation where they brought that up. Mr. Monkey. This whole thing is the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil thing. Oh, having a goofball in the red raincoat is kind of cool. It's a good way to hide him in plain sight, too. The Ratatouille thing with his monkey. There's a reason you've been here the whole time, right? I don't know if I'm with you, Edgeworth, just yet. Lend us your film analysis device. Oh, thanks. Oh, we can zoom again. Okay. That's probably what they want, right? Yeah, that's the only thing that changes. Yeah, what are they going for here with the eye? Giant monster? Kaiju? No, just the regular type. It's funny. A large balloon with the head of a lion. Okay. All right, sure. Why is the big balloon there? I guess they're gonna tell me. Okay, so you used a hot air balloon in the middle of the city. Wow. Yeah, I can't think of something more, like, inconspicuous than using a hot air balloon to go to the top of a skyscraper. That's pretty funny. That's on the level of, like, the parrot testifying in terms of how stupid it is. It's good. You wouldn't want to use the elevator. You might get detected if you did that. The beast he has tamed is none other than this entire case. I want to see his evil breakdown, because he's like such a like chill doofus. I think that's honestly funnier to me. Like the chill doofus secretly being an evil mastermind is more fun than the like, you know, unflappable, invincible monster finally having a breakdown. That's funny too. That's basically what Columbo is all about, right? I feel like everything's wrapping up really abruptly, though, in this sequence. Oh, shit. Like, this entire chapter has been a huge nonstop exposition dump. I wonder if they planned on there being more case here and had to kind of fill it all in here. I swear he's gonna pay. He's just gonna go back to the prison, right? That would be funny. Mr. Edgeworth, I want to help out too. Assistance from a certain someone. Yeah, I wonder how much they set that up when you're dealing with him earlier, because it didn't occur to me at all that he was suspicious in the slightest. Okay, so I assume, given the how long to beat, there's going to be at least several more middle sections. So we'll see. But I don't know what else there is to reveal, right? Okay, this evil lion. That's great. Performance has already surprised me. An event witnessed by almost no one. Saw it through the window. Do occasionally practice alone at night. Yeah, I wonder if he changes the like manner of his delivery in the original Japanese. Putting all your cards on the table, huh, Edgeworth? Birds of a feather, huh? We'll believe in you. I don't know if that ever happened in Phoenix, right? That, like, you defend someone who actually was guilty. It's cool, though.
Objection!
Don't fall for it. Find an emotional weakness and exploit it. Yeah, basically Edgeworth got Columbo'd, essentially. That's kind of cool, as your final villain basically is pulling the same trick as Columbo. This his whole deal is that he acts like a doofus with his rumpled coat and his, like, egg, right? You underestimate him. I indict you. So it's come to this after all. Can rip that confidence to shreds. Oh, cool. That's funny. Nice. The anti-breakdown. The fuck? Alright. The whole game is good just for that one animation. Yeah, no shit, Edgeworth. Oh, he couldn't even tame the animals. The animals are perfectly tamed. Yeah, the anti-breakdown is really, really good. Yeah, they know. It's good. Okay. Him resting on the Tower of Animals is really good.
Hold it!
You're mean, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, well, they kept this evidence about a truck in here, right? Driver wasn't inside. Thanks, Izlua. Appreciate that. 95 months. It's insane. How have you been? just said it 5 seconds ago. Man, time just keeps flying. Great. Okay, yeah. Yeah, what is time? We can contradict that.
Objection!
Love his evil sprite too here. Okay, once again, if we just waited fucking 5 minutes, the story would resolve itself. It's just Raiders of the Lost Ark constantly, right? I think what it just comes from a desire to, like, not have it fully progress on logic, to have the evidence to say, okay, what I just suspected actually is true, and then to not also have to slow down the game by saying, okay, go check. Fade to black, fade back. Yep, that was right. So the people are always, like, already doing the investigation by the time it gets revealed, but it kind of, like, undercuts the drama of the logical argument in the first place, right? Doing Mr. Edgeworth's voice. Got back from surgery and recovered well. That's good to hear. I'm doing all right. About to be out of town for a couple weeks. Oh, are we gonna do the Columbo bit? Let me see if it's what I think it is, because we visited the truck before, right? My own fingerprints. That's a great episode of Columbo, too. But here we are going to fade to black really quick and do it. Yeah, my sister Robin and her husband are kind of in a financial situation that they could never, ever, ever go on a vacation ever. So we've moved heaven and earth so that we can take them to Tokyo. It's kind of a belated, very belated honeymoon. So we're taking my sister and her husband and one of their friends with us to Japan. I'll post pictures of it in IRL while we're traveling. That'll be fun. Okay, I hope they don't actually require me to blow with the microphone. I don't know how to do that. tap a bunch. It would be funny if the whole game comes down to being able to blow in the non-existent microphone. I might have to like tab out really quick and check if there's an emulator function to simulate blowing into it. Yeah, let me pause the recording. I'll be back in a second. Uh-oh. Okay, I think I found a microphone hotkey. I had to get a wave file that sounds like wind blowing. Does this work? It works, thank God. Okay, that's kind of cool though at the end there. I had to like bind it to a hotkey to play the wave file into the game. I was able to play Phantom Hourglass physically on my 3DS capture card. Because that has you have to blow into the microphone for a bunch of things.
Objection!
Hi, Ben. You being a bad boy?
Objection!
Oh, you're purring very loudly. Probably doesn't come up on the microphone, though. Go.
Objection!
What did the kidnappings have in common? No idea. All right. Let's do the thing where we rule out the stuff it definitely isn't. They weren't both at the tower. One of them was. Should read these reports just in case. I don't think they'll have anything to do with it, though. Maybe the bug. Because we know that had to do with the red raincoat person, but... I don't see why that has to do with both of them, though. It doesn't have anything to do with John at all. Used by Kay and John. Okay, well, just give me the answer.
Take that! Objection!
Give him a little custom objection.
Objection!
I think he's like this criminal mastermind who also just does all of this animal stuff. He's like a circus tamer also.
Objection! Objection!
What you got, Ray Shields? Nice one, Kay. Uh... Yep. Well, if it specifically has to do with Dogen, that pretty heavily limits the amount of relevant evidence, right? Either be the chessboard or the chess messages, I guess. I don't know what's on here or how they've been able to localize it. I'll guess this one first, and then we'll do the chessboard, because those are the only two things that are kind of relevant. Okay, looks like that was right.
Objection!
Look at me, I'm Zyman. Zyman's a clown. Okay, you can stop now. Do you happen to like chess? That was rather out of the blue.
Objection!
Now, how would you know that?
Objection!
Good question.
Objection!
Oh, they get more use out of that animation. Oh. Extra evil face.
Objection!
What's the point in living in the past? That's right. I'm holding the bunnies. Post-dated? Move the pawn to g6. Now, can you see the path to checkmate? It's funny. Why was this addressed to you? It's kind of unfortunate that, like, this, like, last-minute piece of evidence gets introduced. Yeah, this whole final bit, I mean, there's got to be more after this if the how long to beat is right, but all of this just feels like there was, like, a cut substantial case section to set some of this stuff up a little bit better. Barry just turning around like, oh yeah, I've got the letter here that proves everything. You're like, oh shit, I didn't even get to present that. 18 years ago. Oh, right, they gotta tie back into the whole, like, yeah, they're like the sons of dessert tasters, or what the fuck? Or one of them's like the son of a sculptor. Mm, 18 years ago, my memories were muddled from the shock of my near-death experience. Okay.
Objection!
The victim of a very serious misunderstanding. That's supposed to be a joke? Fuck, man. I have no idea. All right, let's do our rule out the stuff it definitely isn't. It's not the badge. It's not this. Combination lock. Crime scene notes. It would be something left over from the previous, like, nothing to do with this shit, right? No, so not this, not this, not this, not this. Actually, it might save me just based on it being related to an old incident. Could be that, but I don't know what on that. Oh, is it the ring? Because his father's memento is PH. I thought they were going to do a thing with President Huang, but I guess that's what they're going for with it. Let's try that. Okay, looks like that's it. They tried to sneak that one in, right? That was, I feel like they had an entire section back there was just to sneak in this evidence reveal without making it too obvious and not making it too recent. Pierre Hoquet. 'Cause, He's the son of the murderer? The whole circumstances of them, like, their sons going missing is really fucking weird. I feel like it all just comes out of a desire to, like, connect the cases together. It's like, well, one way we can connect the cases together, we don't have to have them actually be connected, is just have someone be, like, the child of someone else. Because that could... someone could have had sex off screen, right? Please look forward to it. It's happened a lot in this last case where it's like, okay, we need to like wrap all this together, so let's make people like related to each other. It was me. Heartless Patricia. This is a situation where I think their idea that Simon is the mastermind is a good idea, like having the anti-breakdown, like your nemesis is Columbo reveal is a great premise. I don't know that they like set the stage for it super well though. I feel like the kind of is a very abrupt reveal. And it's dependent on a lot of like really stupid, suddenly introduced things, right? Maybe you go back and you play through the stuff with Simon in the earlier case and, like, there's a lot more groundwork that's laid for it, but they didn't do a good job here of, like, making me believe that it was all in front of me the whole time, right? Devour those who would feed on me. Yeah, I wonder when in the development of this game they decided that Simon was going to be the big bad. Like I said, I don't think that they do these it doesn't feel like they do them backwards from the final case. I think that would be the best way to do it to make sure that everything lines up really nicely. It feels like they develop all the cases separately from each other for the most part. They may have been able to tie this together better if they had allowed themselves to have a single case in this game that didn't tie into the final case, right? Because that probably just added too much crossover to account for. It's like, how does the IS-7 incident tie into all this? Horace Knightley and Simon Keyes are the sons of the murderer and victim in that one, or something. Whatever, it's fine. That was also part of his plan.
Objection.
Pawn me, but I do logic chess. Your own logic. You wanted to pretend to be a defense attorney, didn't you? Now that's good. Now that's something that they've not addressed the whole time, so I hope they spend a little bit more time on this here. What did you say? Gonna actually have an emotional core, like the 11th hour here. Turnabout of miraculous proportions. The genius prosecutor himself, come to my rescue. Gave you this chance to play the ace attorney. He wasn't pretending to be a defense attorney. He was basically being a defense attorney in both of these games. They don't have any ideas for what a prosecutor would be, even in the game called Prosecutor's Path. Not just his father, his best friend. It's a good choice to give him the clown makeup for this, too. He's like Kefka. Okay. He says you can't prove it. That's got to be the thing I have to present on, but I'll try pressing on it first. Instigating murder. Get in his hot air balloon, inconspicuous hot air balloon. I do like that idea of him talking through innuendo to threaten you. When you make baseless objections. I mean, I'm not allowed to press either. This is the one I want to press here. No way any proof could exist. I guess him also saying the word kill, but let's do, there's no way to prove it to start, and then we'll look for if he says kill somewhere. Killing two birds with one stone, maybe? Definitely not, definitely not, definitely not. Definitely not, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not, definitely not. Definitely not. No, no. Don't think that had anything to do with it. It was too long ago. It's not specific enough. Maybe the report on Nightly, but I don't think so. Oh, the person in the red hood is him. So we get something to do with the bug. Either the bug or the tape recorder. There's nothing else on this list that makes sense to me that still hasn't, that's like a dangling plot thread that we haven't addressed, right? So all this other stuff is specific to the other cases. And these are all things that have been on the docket the whole time. Placed in the truck. The question is which one? I think I have enough health to make 2 mistakes here. I feel like it's going to be what's on the tape recorder, not the bug itself, right? Because we have to... maybe I did say it. So they don't let you review what it says. Oh, there goes the health bar. I think we might be okay. Because maybe the bug just exists to, like, remove... To add one layer of logic to having to consider that the tape recorder came from the bug, which came from the guy in the red coat. Because if you said the red coat thing on the tape recorder, it would give it away, maybe. Or maybe it also accepts the bug. Schemer drowns in his own schemes. Nani? That sort of thing exists? It's cute.
Objection.
This is why they don't play it back when you look at it in your evidence list. Game over.
Objection.
Two nights ago. I honestly don't know, but it looks like I've got hit points to guess, so we'll just go down the list. May as well go the furthest back to start. Okay, I guess they did use that same, like, loud air sound both times. That seems pretty important. Yeah, I don't know how I was to guess the 2 nights ago, but I guess it was a minimal risk to health and happened to be the first one on the list. Which piece of evidence connects the gunshot to the case? Okay. Not this. Gunpowder residue, right. We never did deal with that. That's got to be it. I can't think of anything else it would be. And also the health risk is, like, non-existent. Although they never give the body double a name. It's like he literally didn't exist as a person. I love this idea of him, like, committing crimes by hot air balloon. The most stealthy, inconspicuous possible vehicle for doing murder. I mean, the balloon, right? Like, because they just showed us a picture of him in the balloon. Take the risk. Otherwise, why would they give us the balloon? Okay, yeah. Seems pretty damning. I guess they did set up the gunpowder residue there. So fucking goofy. The perfect crime. Just keep calling the poor guy the body double. Okay. Okay, I'm adding that to the testimony. Time frame is important. Thanks, Courtney. This lady didn't even notice the balloon. Of course not. It's such a stealthy vehicle. I mean, there has to be, otherwise it wouldn't give me a chance, right? Add that statement to your testimony. Okay, so whenever they add statements to the testimony, there's always a contradiction. So something about entering the hatch It says the president never went in the hatch or something like that. Never went to the 51st floor. It seems familiar. The president was never seen coming down. No, the president was never seen coming down was originally, there was a hatch, but then we know that the hatch isn't the answer, right? It's somewhere in here mentions it. President never passed through the storeroom. Okay. Once again, you lied. Can you trust that sham journalist testimony? Did he, like, get on the fucking the hot air balloon and they wrestled him down to the ground or something? He got in the balloon, right? That's really funny. There's literally no other answer. So maybe it's like John didn't accidentally kill him after all. He just thought he did. Or maybe like the balloon was the thing that set it on fire, not the heater. It means the whole heater thing is really like awkward.
Objection.
Oh, there's all these fucking security cameras and shit. No one in all of Japan, well, no one in all of Hamburger City, America, saw the giant lion hot air balloon in the middle of the city. It's just too funny to me.
Objection.
You just see a picture of like downtown Hamburger City and there's fucking hot air balloons everywhere all the time. They don't stand out in the slightest. It's really shitty about advertising. Wrecking course.
Objection.
He knows everything.
Objection.
This is unaccounted for time. He even said it in my voice. Yeah, I get the sense that there's lots of bits in Phoenix, right, that don't localize very well because it's all dependent on the characters, like, changing their way of speaking. And it's hard to get that across in English. I mean, obviously they can do it with the art, right, but... It is cute that he, like, uses the green text, which I think they normally reserve for Edgeworth's inner monologue.
Objection.
It's cool that you can encode so much drama into language like that, though. You're the culprit. Logic fits. Impossible. I know, right? It's kind of absurd. I guess he's just saying like you can't be 100% dependent on Lotta Hart's testimony because she was unconscious for some period. So although it would be astronomically unlikely, right? Maybe he happened to go down there while she was passed out.
Objection.
They don't really do plausible deniability in Ace Attorney. It's something that comes up in Of the Devil, which is cool. But it's an interesting thing to play around with if you're trying to, like, prove something. Or reasonable doubt. That's a lot. It is cool to just put that in the health bar and have him comment on the health bar. What circumstances would have allowed for that? Turnabout. I remember Phoenix right too. That's cool, showing you the bar and having him comment on it. I'm still always safe to press, right?
Hold it.
The greatest animal in the world, man. Steel yourself, Kay.
Hold it.
Growl. Are you 12 years old then? Or body double. You admit it! No way, no way, no way. We know that's not the case. Okay, this is supposed to be what I have to present on then. However, he's crushed by the balloon. Okay. Connects this man to the crushed president. So he, like, rode down in the balloon and then landed on top of him? I mean, there's nothing else that could have crushed him, right? There's literally nothing that's the right size. Kind of silly. Okay. Now, I've played enough of these now to know that they basically give you the answer when you press the thing that you're supposed to present, or they give you some kind of big clue to it. The one who understands the heart of monsters is you. Damn, got him there, Edgeworth. It suits you quite well, wouldn't you agree? Even an animal tamer cannot tame the dead. Okay, they did mention that weighing several hundred pounds earlier. They set that up when they mentioned the truck, right? You just landed on him and then brought him down and put him on the ground. That makes more sense. Doesn't match the time of death. Last night. All thanks to your logic. Somebody to throw off the time of death. Okay, so let me just page through things here. That doesn't make any sense. Combination lock. Photo. Rush to death. There's a third body double, no. Friends. Testimony. Practice video. Truck. Gloves. Yeah, I should probably check any of the documents. Our bed laid to rest. This shouldn't have anything to do with it. Fire, victim shoes, bloodstain. Nothing really. Fuck. Well, let's continue. Maybe they'll give me more of a clue. Yeah, they kind of do this thing. It's like, well, he's the son of a murderer, so that makes him a murderer, right?
Objection!
Like father, like son. Just about the block of ice. Trying to think, like, what is he talking about? Did he freeze the body? Oh, the refrigerated warehouse. Like, luckily it wasn't turned on. Right. They just told us this, right?
Take that!
It's all coming together. I love them, like, just coloring his portrait blue to imply that he's frozen. We can get a breakdown here.
Objection!
Objection.
Nope. Being a stupid killer is in your genes, apparently. Here it is. Just kidding. Oh, that's funny. This is a fake breakdown is good.
Objection! Objection!
I'll pursue the truth, no matter what, right? So, I mean, Simon's right. That's how the police pull the wool over the eyes of those without power. Who gave the hold it? Surprise, hold it. Gumshoe? Sorry to keep you waiting. Is the whole case gonna get resolved once again by us just waiting a few minutes? That's probably the worst thing about case 5. I think all of the big moments have been, and then we waited a couple minutes. Pursue. It exists. On the balloon. Like, they just said that, right? Are they serious? I mean, what the fuck else? We've presented the balloon like 3 times already. Because there's nothing else that goes along with it, right? I can't think of anything else. There's like no health damage for it, so. This is why they set up the luminol a second ago. Like all of them cheering for me here. That's cute. Traces left on the basket. So not blood. Is it the pollen from the flowers? Yeah, because it says he's got yellow stain on his suit is pollen from the lion lilies. Okay.
Take that. Objection.
Oh, is that not it? Maybe it has to be the flowers themselves. Okay. I feel like they should have given me that since you can. It's mentioned specifically in the crime scene notes, but maybe it's more poetic to actually have to do the flower. Found on top of the body.
Take that.
Flowers from young father represent the bond between parent and child. I wanted more characters to weigh in, like, yeah, in the language of flowers, as we all know. What are you talking about?
Objection.
Is that how we beat him? You just don't make me blow on the microphone. A reaction. Thanks, Emma. Jesus Christ. Is this what? If this is what gets him, that's kind of lame. I think the flower being the answer is good, but it's the most inconspicuous murder in history. Sneakily, of course. Yeah, the bunnies are funny. Almost as if you were a king. Checkmate. Pitiful Gestures Act. Okay, I was gonna say we're gonna get an actual breakdown here. The cat. It's funny. His anti-breakdown was like the highlight of the game for me, though. Anything else with the killer here? Oh, it's a way for him to not. You do have a gun, do you not? Oh, right, yeah, because it's hard to come by a gun here in Hamburger City, comma, America. Okay. Proper punishment in prison. I do like that about Dogen. Dogen's much more interesting. I'm looking confused between them. Bye, Shelly the killer. We got the gun off the guy, right? Hey, priest guy. You killed my dad, right? Stop the cycle. But then he saw Simon be a dipshit. Revenge is really, really good. Good for you, kid. I'm not the one who should punish you. The one who should punish you is the government. You know who we should rely on? The system, because the system works, kids. Phoenix Wright's really funny, because it's like, at its core, I think there is a kind of well, there's obviously it's a cynicism about the Japanese justice system, right? To be like, clearly the system doesn't work if it's a 99% conviction rate, and like the powers that be are all incompetent and willing to just let the dumbest evidence through and to ignore even the most basic contradictions, right? But it kind of has that same issue where it's like, well, it recognizes that something is like seriously inherently fucked about the justice system, but it can't take the next step of saying, okay, well, we should replace it with something better. There are a couple of cases, I think the first one did that a little bit, and maybe even the flashback in this one did it too, where they're like starting to get into that idea a little bit more, raising it from subtext to text. It's something that I'm excited to see where Of the Devil is going with it too, because it seems to be a lot more like deliberate in what it's critiquing. The thing that worries me about Phoenix Wright and all of its spin-offs is this idea that like it isn't really critiquing the justice system in Japan. Instead, what it's doing is it's saying, "Oh, this is a situation where there's like overwhelming odds." So, if you would be singularly heroic if you were able to prevail in such a challenging situation, right? And unlike something like One Piece, where kind of a revolutionary leftist politics sort of arises out of a basic principle. Here, they don't really go that extra distance with it and just have this kind of emergent political take on the whole situation. It's like, no, that's just the setting we're going to go with. It's not like, oh, my main character, it represents freedom, and who's the opposite of freedom? Authority, right? My main character represents not tolerating injustice. So if he's not going to tolerate injustice, who must his opponents be, right? You don't have that. It's just, I just want my main character to prevail in a system that doesn't favor him. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can't replace the system because it's inherently legitimate. We can only reform it to cull its flaws, right? We need to have better people in charge. It's interesting. It reads to me as a very similar problem to what I complained about with Persona 5, where it's like, obviously there are people involved in the making of Persona 5 who understand this problem intuitively in their bones, and they do a lot with the art to convey their very deep understanding of it. And then their actual like story resolution to everything is so unimaginative and so defensive of the status quo that they claim to critique, right? Like they understand that the aesthetics of rebellion are interesting. They understand that the aesthetics of critiquing the ship of state and thinking of the justice system as like a casino, they feel that part, but then they don't know where to go with it because actually challenging the status quo is unthinkable. Anyway, similar in Phoenix Wright, it seems like they don't. It's kind of an incoherent message. By trusting in their client, an attorney draws closer to the truth. The sight of that man still shines brilliantly in my eyes. You could do like a Edgeworth fan cam where this thing shows up like 7 times. Show how in love with Phoenix Wright he is. I live as a prosecutor after all. I just was a defense attorney for like 10 consecutive cases in 2 different games, but you know what? Fuck that. It was really exhilarating. Hey, Ben. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. They're just not allowed to say Phoenix, right? Or show his picture. It's really weird. Like, I think it's just a deliberate artistic choice, but it reads as though it's like, you know, whenever you do an adaptation of Spider-Man, you're not allowed to say Peter Parker. It's like if you ever watched the Madam Web movie from Sony, they have some kind of weird agreement with Marvel where they like do all sorts of things in the Spider-Man universe, but they can't say Peter Parker. They can say Ben Parker. They can say May Parker, right? But it's like Capcom, they could say Phoenix, right? They just choose not to. Maybe they're just doing it for fun, but it comes across like they're legally obligated not to. That man. If only he could have relied on the courts. Oh, okay, now we're doing it. Yeah. Instead, he was quartered by Blaze DeBest, who used the power of law for evil. I wonder if they realized that what they were ending on there a second ago by saying, no, kid, you should trust the courts, was, like, totally incongruous with the message of the rest of the game. It'd be a shield to protect and a blade to harm. That, too, is a contradiction of the law. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Ray mentioned that earlier. All right, I retract what I was just complaining about. Okay. I'm glad that they're recognizing that he's failed by the system, right? They really scared me. They really did have a scene where they were just like, yeah, all you have to do is, as an individual, not take things into your own hands and everything's going to be fine. I feel like to make this land better, this should have been, maybe they couldn't get the pacing to work on this, but this should have been you trying to convince John of this. Maybe it has to be an earlier scene that you call back to here. Because I feel like they really nailed the emotional core with Sebastian DeBest, Blaze's kid. That was really good. They got everything to work on that. You saw his transformation. You went from like completely hating him to being on his side. And I think that this was much more important to their thesis. It feels to me like there's either a missing case or a missing substantial section of this case somewhere in like the middle. That's a lot more character focused. That's trying to set up both Simon a bit better, but especially John Marsh. Because I feel like that scene where John is like, I'm not going to do it because I trust that the system's got it under control, right? I think he should only do that after you've had kind of an emotional connection with him like you have with Sebastian. But this ending is nicer. I think calling it a contradiction in the law is also like incredibly cool and on theme with the whole turnabout thing being what they've been talking about in every single game. Hooray! I got my Prosecutor's badge back. And then Edgeworth became a cop again. I think it would have been cool. I get what they're trying to do here, where it's like, and you know, Edgeworth decides to stay a prosecutor. It would have been neat if they had come up with a way for the final case to be him being a prosecutor. To like acknowledge that the last 9 cases have all been you just being a defense attorney again, right? Where he's like trying to do like a smarter version of this, I think, is you acknowledge that he's trying to be Phoenix Wright, and he realizes that that's not the solution, right? That's great that he can, like, what you do is you say, it's great that Phoenix Wright is here because he can, like, through his extreme competence, right individual wrongs, but this wrong is not an individual wrong, it's a systemic wrong. So I'm going to use my power as a prosecutor to try to right the systemic wrong, and then write the 10th case or the 5th case in this game to try to be about that a little bit. But he's just a defense attorney the whole time. He just says he's a prosecutor. I'm gonna go do that off screen right now. I think the writers, the developers, their hearts are in the right place. I just don't think they were able to connect what they're saying with words to the gameplay, unfortunately. Greatest judge I know is one overflowing with humanity. Even during a trial, that judge experiences happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. Perfection is not always correct. That's a good line, actually. Goddess of Love is not the only one on my side. I wonder why they didn't just, like, say that she actually is his mom. It's really weird. There's like, oh no, my cousin had an affair with the president of Honghua. It's like they don't want to, like, impugn her character or something. They want to, like, have their cake and eat it too, have her both effectively be his mom, but not actually be his mom. But, like, that would be interesting if she was his mom, right? Like, yeah, she's the perfect goddess of law judge or whatever, and she did this thing that's kind of untoward. That's also very Persona 5-y, like, suggesting the aesthetic of something like, oh, he is the kid's mom. They had an affair or something. That's surprising. And then, like, rug pulling you at the last second and being like, no, actually, that character wasn't sexually abused. Her friend was, though, but the character that's in your party, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry, she hasn't been sullied, right? Like, what the fuck? Tread a new path as a prosecutor. I shall surely reach the truth. He said the thing. This game was alright. I think every Ace Attorney game I've played, I've liked better than the previous one. So I liked Phoenix Wright 2 better than 1. I liked Phoenix Wright 3 better than 2. I liked Miles Edgeworth 1 better than all the Phoenix Wright games, and I'd like this one better than Miles Edgeworth 1, but it's very incremental improvement so far. A lot of my main critiques are still here all along. It's too long. You could do all of this. This is 35 hours. This game's probably like 10 hours, maybe, at the top end. And playing something, I've kept mentioning Aviary Attorney, but now that I've played Of the Devil, like, Of the Devil is exponentially better than Aviary Attorney. It's really, 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 really good, and it's clearly inspired by Ace Attorney and doing it much better. I don't know if they ever... I know there's a lot more Ace Attorney games after this one. I don't know if they ever kind of get a handle on the pacing and... stop giving you, like, gameplay just for gameplay's sake. Wound in my arm is yet to heal. I think my favorite part of this game was the Sebastian de Best stuff. Where they spend so much time on making you fucking hate him because he's so useless. And then having him turn around and like achieve the emotional core of that, I think they did a great job on it. I think the final case is pretty weak. They probably shouldn't have tried so hard to make it tie in all the previous cases. My sentence has been extended. Yeah, Simon in this game was a much better idea than it was in Execution, I think. Like, the anti-breakdown animation was really cool, and the idea of him being the villain was cool, but I don't think they really earned it. I like what they did with Dogen. Dogen's cool. I've been allowed to distribute my treats in both the detention center and the prison. Tuck-in diet. I really thought they were going to do a breakdown with her where she was going to melt. I guess she was a pretty good red herring. Oh, Larry Butts. I'm going to get more serious about my life. Larry Butts, Ace Attorney. I like Bad, he's a cool character. Hacking format discovery. My crimes are punished far more leniently than I expected. And the character design is still really good. Sure did, Emma. I think I rushed back here all the way from Europe. She's not an actual forensic scientist? Emma, we relied on all of your evidence. Emma, you're gonna get the case, it's gonna get thrown out on appeal. I think this localization was pretty good. They had some really challenging stuff, and they did their best with it without it coming across as overly literal. I think Serp mentioned that Sebastian DeBest was localized officially as Eustace Winner, which is pretty good. I like Sebastian DeBest too, though. Eustace is a pretty perfect name for that kid. Voice editing and insertion for the objections, the holdits. Yeah, the graphics they did a great job with. Is that you in the photo? Really enjoyed watching your movie. Thank you, and for Capcom for making this game. But mainly the Capcom thing. Don't want to be a thief anymore? Gonna be a hero. That sounds good. I'm a completely unobjectionable thief who never steals anything. Hooray! Give Gumshoe a raise. It's a real happy ending. Good pirate never takes things from others, yeah. Whoa, that depiction is really weird looking. Like the proportions are wrong. It looks really funny. This prosecutor's path will not be easy. Able to find a single person. Steal the truth. It's our friendship. The invincible trio of heroes that steals, captures, and pursues the truth. Gumshoe's like, oh, well, okay, time to arrest you. Friendship is magic. On this new path as a prosecutor. I just really love the idea that he's like not a prosecutor, and then he's like, I'm gonna be a prosecutor. It's like, that's what you started as, man. I don't know why he goes back to the way he was before the game started. It's weird. It would work if his whole point is like, I'm gonna right systemic injustice, and he does say that. You know, they made the point of noticing that that's what they were driving to, but unfortunately, they just said it with dialogue instead of like playing it into any of the ending cases. Sadly. Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it. I've liked it better than all the other Phoenix Wright games. We'll have to check out some of the later Ace Attorney stuff in the future. The real justice is the friends we made along the way. Sorry for the people who didn't get to enjoy justice.